Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will come to order. As a reminder, pursuant to Committee Rule 5B and House Rule 11-2H4, the Chair announces that he may postpone further proceedings today on any question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered. And without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. As we call up this first bill, I just want to note one person who's actually leaving our staff, has been with us for a while, is going to work for our whip office. The person with that camera over there, Andrew, is leaving us, so we want to just give him a round of thanks and appreciation for all the work that he's done with us. It's been a great asset to our committee, and good people have good options, and the whip's office asked for him, and we said yes, sir, reluctantly, but great opportunity for him, and we thank him for his service to this committee. Our first item for consideration is H.R. 756, the Postal Service Reform Act of 2017. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 756, to restore the financial solvency and improve the governance of the United States Postal Service in order to ensure the efficient and affordable nationwide delivery of mail and for other purposes.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. I intend to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute to the bill. Without objection, we will call up the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and then I will recognize myself to give one statement on both the ANS and the underlying bill. The clerk will designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 756, offered by Mr. Chaffetz of Utah.
Thank you. This is a big day. We've been working on a postal reform bill for quite some time. This is the next step in a process that has been very bipartisan from start to finish. I want to thank our ranking member, a good friend, Elijah Cummings, for his tireless work on this. I also want to recognize Mr. Mark Meadows. He's the chairman of the Government Operations Subcommittee. He has poured so much time and effort meeting with group after group and talking and helping us to get to the point where we are today, and I can't thank him enough, as well as Dennis Ross. Dennis, we're welcome back on the committee. He's spent time heading the subcommittee prior to his departure to another committee, but we're thrilled to have him back and glad that he's an integral part of this. I also want to thank Mr. Russell of Oklahoma. He's been a real champion here and recognizes the deep need for these reforms and his participation in the configuration of this bill. It also wouldn't have been possible without Jerry Conley, Mr. Stephen Lynch, and Brenda Lawrence, each of which have vast experience and commitment on these types of things. And so I'd like to welcome Mr. Conley here. Normally we'd have the audience all stand as he comes in, but we'll forego that. But we do thank Mr. Conley, Mr. Lynch, and Ms. Lawrence as well for their good work. And we're also pleased that Glenn G.T. Thompson, a Republican member out of Pennsylvania, as well as Tim Ryan, the Democrat from Ohio, have also joined us co-sponsoring this bill. The United States Postal Service has been a vital tool of commerce in our nation for more than 200 years, and each day the Postal Service delivers hundreds of millions of pieces of mail. It affects literally every single American, and it just works. People are, I think if they stopped and understood the complexity of how you put a stamp on a letter and suddenly it shows up in your mailbox, it really is quite an amazing feat. In doing so, the Postal Service provides a seamless connection to all Americans, no matter your income, socioeconomic status, whether you're digitally connected or not, whether you live in rural America or you live in a big metropolitan area. But the United States Postal Service is at risk, and we've known this for some time, and the vital tool is nearing a fiscal insolvency. Really what we're trying to do and prevent is a bailout. I've had a chance to chat with a number of people from the President of the United States to constituents in my own district about this, and I will say it again, I've said it many, many times, it is a tool of commerce. It's the kind of thing that needs to work in our economy. It is a competitive advantage for the United States of America. We need to recognize that the Postal Service has $119 billion in unfunded liabilities. These liabilities include more than $52 billion in earned but unfunded retiree health care. These liabilities also include $21 billion in unfunded pension liabilities and $18 billion for workers' compensation. In addition, the Postal Service has maxed out its $15 billion line of credit from the Treasury Department. The negative effect of the unfunded liabilities and debt has been compounded by the significant decreases in total mail volume. Mail volume is down roughly 25% since 2006. Struggling to handle volume loss and its unfunded liabilities, the Postal Service has posted multi-billion-dollar deficits 10 years in a row. But I also would wish that America and the rest of our government would recognize that the Postal Service and certainly the workers have done a lot to try to curb this very difficult financial situation. Since 2006, the Postal Service has cut annual expenses by $15 billion. They have cut the workforce by roughly 200,000 career employees. They additionally cut annual workloads by 331 million. They consolidated 360 of their facilities and 20,000 of their delivery routes, all at the same time where they're having to add, by mandate, nearly 900,000 new addresses to deliver to each and every year. Despite these major internal reforms, the Postal Service's financial situation remains bleak. Legislative reform is necessary to restore the financial health of the agency. This committee has worked on a very good bipartisan legislation for the last several years. I want to thank Chairman Issa for his work in helping to push forward postal reform, and we incorporated many of those ideas, as many as we possibly could, into this bill as well. Today, our bipartisan coalition includes Ranking Member Cummings, Government Operations Chairman Meadows, Mr. Conley, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Ross, Mr. Russell, Ms. Lawrence, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Ryan. But I can say that definitively, at least from my opinion, we have a very good bill. Each of us would like to see things done a little bit differently, but in the nature and the spirit of compromise, I think what we have before us today is a very solid bill. This bill, H.R. 756, the Postal Service Reform Act of 2017, will allow the Postal Service to take the necessary steps forward. The bill is a result of feedback provided by members, the Postal Service, postal unions, mailers, printers, publishers, nonprofits, and others. The major supporters of this bill, those who have been able to actually put their organizations and names in writing in support of this, include the Coalition for a 21st Century Postal Service, the American Catalog Mailers Association, the Parcel Shippers Association, the Bank of America, Federal Express, Overstock.com, Amazon, Verizon, Pitney Bowes, the Postal Service Management Associations, the National Association of, which includes the National Association of Postal Supervisors, the United Postmasters and Managers of America, and postal unions, including the American Postal Workers Association, the National Association of Letter Carriers, National Rural Letters Carriers Association, and the National Postal Mail Handlers Union. We appreciate all of these organizations working with us to come up with the bill that is today, and you can see the cross-section of organizations and unions and others that we have that are here in support of this bill. I really do believe this is a true path forward because the legislation allows the Postal Service to adopt private sector best practices for retiree health care. The Medicare integration provision alone will save the Postal Service $30 billion over the next 10 years and eliminate $50 billion in unfunded liability. This bill also increases the Postal Service's delivery efficiency by increasing the use of secure and centralized delivery units. The bill includes vital reforms to streamline the Postal Service Board of Governors, strengthening the Postal Regulatory Commission, and allow the Postal Service to work with state and local governments. We're very encouraged by the feedback that we have received along the way, and we'd like to think that we listened to that and incorporated it into the bill. I look forward to a good markup today. And with that, I will yield back and recognize the Ranking Member, Mr. Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I truly want to thank you for your tremendous leadership on this issue. Let me say to all of us that there are moments when we try to reach common ground. This bill takes us to higher ground. This is a bill where so many of us had certain desires that we hoped would be in the bill that didn't get there. Others got certain things. But the chairman is absolutely right. This is a bill of compromise. Don't forget what I said. Not common ground, but higher ground. Putting party aside and making sure that we would do what's best for not only the postal system, but for the nation. And hopefully when all the dust settles on this bill, people will look back and say, this is the way Congress should operate. This is the way we should elevate. This is the way we should do our best for the American people. We would not be here today if you, Mr. Chairman, had not made postal reform a priority. You kept your word. So often, Mr. Chairman, what happens is that people in one Congress work on something, and then if you cannot finish it, they just throw it away. And then you start all over again, which is stupid. I'm so glad that what you did was to take a product that Mr. Issa and so many others, Mr. Ross, had worked so hard on, Mr. Connolly, Mr. Lynch, and said, you know what, I'm not throwing this out. I'm going to take it, and I'm going to try to make it better. And you did just that. And so I want to thank my colleagues, Congressman Meadows, Connolly, Lynch, Ross, Russell, Lawrence, for their dedication, and you, Mr. Chairman, to postal reform and extraordinary work in crafting a bipartisan measure that we can all support. The bill before us is a product of more than a year, more like 3 or 4 years, of intense negotiations that began last Congress, and is a result of broader efforts that have been underway for years. Last Congress, we took a bipartisan approach. We tailored our bill to focus on essential provisions that would address the Postal Service's most urgent challenges. And that's one of the things that the chairman emphasized. He said, well, we may not be able to bring a cure to all the problems, but at least let's try to concentrate on those things that are most important and those things that we possibly can find agreement on, and let's not let our differences destroy our possibilities of accomplishing great things. So narrowing the scope of the legislation enabled us to garner support from both sides of the aisle. And I'm reminding the members of the committee, this is a real delicate balance. You know, I know a lot of you all have amendments that you've been dreaming about all night. But you know, wait till next year. We want to get this through right now. In crafting the legislation, we also took into consideration the comments of stakeholders, including 50 organizations, many of which the chairman just mentioned, and entities and nearly 150 members of the public. So this was an open process. And one of the reasons why it was an open process is because we were determined to have buy-in, as much buy-in as possible. And to all of you, and I'm not going to name you in the audience, but I want to thank all of you for your contributions. Every syllable, every word, every negative thought, every prayer, we thank you. We were able to introduce and pass out of committee a reform bill last Congress, but unfortunately time ran out. The measure before us is substantially similar to the bill from last Congress. I will be the first to admit that this bill is not perfect. It does not include everything. It does not include everything the majority wanted, but it does include the most critical elements. The reality is we must be willing to compromise. And I'll say that over and over and over again. Our bill asks everyone to sacrifice to accomplish our shared goal, which is putting the Postal Service on a sound financial path that will ensure its long-term viability. This bill gives us the best chance we have to enact meaningful postal reform in this Congress. I want to highlight some of the provisions in the bill. This legislation would ensure that all retirees who are eligible for Medicare will be enrolled in Medicare automatically. This is something that I know Mr. Connolly spent a phenomenal amount of time working on. I want to thank you, sir, for all your hard work on that. Let me point out that the Postal Service and its employees and retirees have already paid a total of almost $30 billion since 1983 for Medicare, but some retirees are not receiving a benefit in return. Without this change, the Postal Service cannot achieve financial stability. This bill would ensure that a transition fund will be created to help newly enrolled retirees pay some of their premiums in the first 3 years. This bill would strengthen postal governance by shrinking the Board of Governors, investing in it responsibility for setting overall strategy and approving prices and products. Day-to-day executive authority in the Postmaster General would remain with the Postmaster General. The bill also would increase postal rates for market-dominant products by 2.15% or 1 cent for the first-class stamps. I wish we had been able to expand the Postal Service's authority to offer non-postal products further, but I am pleased that this bill would create the Chief Innovation Officer position, something for which I have been advocating over the last several years. As I close, let me be clear that continued delay in enactment of postal reform is simply not an option. The threats to the Postal Service's financial condition are clear, and ladies and gentlemen, they are imminent. And if we do not intervene to help the Postal Service, a liquidity crisis will be simply unavoidable. Enacting postal reform in this Congress is now more urgent than ever because the Postal Service is now operating without any sitting Senate-confirmed board members. According to the Postal Service's Office of Inspector General, there are numerous management responsibilities that by statute can be exercised only by the governors. The Postal Inspector General has noted that the lack of board members may be highly problematic, stating, and I quote, "The Postal Service's constitutional authority to take certain actions could be in question," end of quote. This underscores the need to accomplish postal reform this Congress. The substitute amendment makes some minor technical changes to the underlying bill by requiring the Postal Inspector General to report to the Board of Governors and clarifying how postal rate increase would be applied. We made great progress on postal reform, and the lack of any members on the Board of Governors adds to the urgency. We must not waver. We must press ahead, and we must push this legislation over the finish line. And with that, Mr. Chairman, again, I thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I also want to recognize the National Newspaper Association, who's also with us here in the audience and very helpful in this process as we had moved forward. Do any other members wish to speak on the bill or the amendment in the nature of the substitute? Mr. Issa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief. I want to congratulate you and the ranking member on moving a consensus bill as far as you have. Although I will be offering some amendments today, my goal is to ensure that the progress you've made and those before you continues. I think that, as the ranking member said, rightfully so, we have reached a crisis point with the postal system, not just because of the absence of a board, but because of the failure to pay amounts which are statutorily obligated. And we have to not only, quite frankly, forgive that and restructure, but we also have to ensure that, unlike 2006, where a fix was put in by the House, the Senate, and President Bush that we thought would last for a considerable period of time, only to discover it didn't even have 1 year of profitability, that we structure this so that profitability, and I use that term loosely, but a sufficient revenue to pay all expenses that remain under this new program, and make at least some limited investments in modernizing the fleet and in other areas that will allow the Post Office to have a real role into the mid-21st century. And I'll close by saying this. I've met with a number of the stakeholders, and when I see stakeholders such as Amazon putting in lockers in 10,000 communities around America, I see that, in fact, they have adopted the concept of cluster boxes. They do so now around the postal system. They use their own vehicles. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, and that's a perfectly good business plan. But if we modernize the Post Office, if we streamline it, then the letter carriers of today should be the most efficient way to deliver to every area of homes in the country. And it's your goal, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, to get the Post Office there. It's also my goal, and I thank you for bringing this markup today, and I yield back.
If the gentleman will yield.
Of course I would yield.
I just again want to thank Chairman Issa for the good work and the foundation you laid. We wouldn't be able to get to this spot without the foundation that you and the staff that you worked with, and I appreciate that. And I just want to thank you for your good work on this, and look forward to continuing to work with you on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I only wanted them to yield.
I would further yield to the Ranking Member.
I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. I think Mr. Connolly wanted you to yield to him, Ms. Issa.
Well, then I'll yield back.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We'll now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley.
I thank the Chair. This is a signal moment, I think, for our committee and actually for the U.S. Congress. And credit goes to you, Mr. Chairman, and to you, Mr. Ranking Member, Mr. Cummings, and the group of us that held together. And to all of the stakeholders who participated and gave us their best thoughts. This is a delicate balance. And what's at stake is the future of the United States Postal Service. And this is our best attempt to undo the damage done in 2006, unintentionally, I think, by Congress, but nonetheless done, and to put the Postal Service back on the road to solvency and profitability, and to be a 21st century instrument to serve the people of this country. We've done it in a bipartisan way. We've done it with almost universal endorsement. Some would say, well, it's not a perfect bill. I'd like to meet the perfect bill. There is no such thing. I wish there were, because then the health care debate would be over. We'd have a perfect health care bill, or a perfect tax reform bill, or a perfect immigration bill. There is no such thing. We can't, we do the best we can, and I think this is better than that. This represents some of the best thinking, and we've done it in cooperation with the Postmaster General, who has, I think, been a very valuable ally and partner. I do want to caution. I listened to Mr. Issa tell us he's going to have some amendments. And I want to say to all of my colleagues here, we need to be careful. This is a carefully crafted bill. Changing one moving part affects all the others. For example, were we to adopt an amendment that would have the effect of cutting 6-day delivery to 5, we will lose a majority of the House of Representatives on this bill. Last Congress, I circulated with Republican Mr. Graves, a letter insisting on 6-day delivery. That letter had 241 sponsors, including many Republicans. So far this year, the new letter has 151 people, but counting, including 38 Republicans. If we take the bait and adopt an amendment that has the effect of returning us from 6 to 5, it will, I think, kill the chance of this bill on the floor, as it did the previous 7 years. So this bill avoids fights we don't need to have and avoids extraneous issues like 6-day delivery versus 5. And I credit the chairman and ranking member for recognizing that, and I credit the Postmaster General for recognizing that. That's not a fight we ought to have. We ought to be dealing with the essentials, and that's what this bill does. So we need to resist the temptation to make a policy expression that some may believe in and most of us don't, but that will have the effect of killing the bill. And so I want to keep this bill together. I've made compromises too, as has the chairman and the ranking member and the other members of the coalition. And I hope we can bring this bill primarily intact to the floor so we can give it a chance on the floor of the House of Representatives and activate our colleagues in the Senate. This is perhaps our last best hope for putting the Postal Service back into solvency. This isn't just a nice bipartisan thing to do. It's critical to the future of the U.S. Postal Service. And I hope we take this opportunity today and pass this bill as is. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We'll now recognize Mr. Ross of Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate all the hard work that you have done, the ranking member have done, and I'm proud to support this bill and to be an original co-sponsor. Since 2006, the Postal Service has seen mail volume decrease by more than 25% and has lost money for 10 straight years. Along with this declining mail volume, the Postal Service holds $119 billion in unfunded liabilities. The Postal Service is quickly approaching financial insolvency, and we must act now to ensure its survival and to prevent a taxpayer-funded bailout. I am proud to have joined H.R. 756 as an original co-sponsor because I believe it is a solid, bipartisan solution. The bill includes a number of reforms to help the agency cut costs, streamline its governance, and increase accountability. For example, these reforms include shrinking the number of Postal Service governors from 9 to 5 and strengthening the roles of the Postmaster General and the roles of the Postal Regulatory Commission. There's one other provision that I believe that is very key to the success of the bill. That provision is the review of cost attribution at the Postal Service. The rise of the Internet and e-commerce has significantly changed the way Americans interact with mail over the last 10 years. Today, Americans send a lot few letters, but they receive a lot more packages. Naturally, this has led the Postal Service to evolve and grow its package delivery operations, which compete directly with the private sector. As the Postal Service continues to expand into this market, it is important that the Postal Service is accurately capturing the cost to avoid inappropriately subsidizing its competitive product operation. H.R. 756 directs the Postal Regulatory Commission to conduct a review of the Postal Service's cost allocation methodologies to ensure they properly capture the costs of the organization's business model. The Postal Service is in need of a legislative solution to put the agency on track to financial solvency. I believe H.R. 756 is the bipartisan solution that accomplishes this goal. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me just say thank you to you, Mr. Chairman, and the ranking member, as well as our partners in this engagement, Mr. Meadows and Mr. Connolly, as well as Ms. Lawrence and the previous speaker, as well for their combined, Mr. Ross, of course, but for their combined work on this issue. So years ago, I was actually the chairman of the Postal Committee, so I've seen the steady menu of bills that varied from the mean-spirited to the draconian, that never saw the chance of getting to the floor or certainly passage. But to my colleagues here on the committee, congratulations on your willingness to compromise. There's a small group of people probably on each side that is not entirely happy, but that's what compromise is about. I want to say thank you to Postmaster General Brennan. She has been a blessing to this whole process, and also to our postal unions, the letter carriers, the National Association of Letter Carriers, the American Postal Workers Union, the Mail Handlers Union, the supervisors, the postal managers, and postmasters. And also I want to just thank the mailing community, the newspapers, the magazines, the greeting cards groups. This really is a true consensus bill. This really is. There's plenty to like in this bill, but in each and every group there's a little bit that they don't like, which is probably the definition of success in today's Washington. I would join my colleague, Mr. Conley, in inviting some caution. This bill is in delicate balance, not only in this committee, but when it gets to the floor. And we need to get to 218 votes to pass this thing. And, the amendments, with all due respect to Mr. Issa, the former chairman of this committee, when nothing could get done, with all due respect, those amendments are a perfect example of why stuff does not happen in Washington, D.C. Those amendments are deal breakers. So if we want to have the Postal Service default on another $5.6 billion, then go ahead and everybody just offer amendments, and we'll see this thing crash and burn, and we'll go on and do something else. But if you want to see the best thing done for your constituents, and actually everybody's relying on this Postal Service, it delivers the mail to every home and business in America 6 days a week. I remember that debate that was so vociferous here just a few years ago when we said we're going to go to 5-day delivery, until Amazon said, no, the customers actually want 7-day, and now we're delivering more packages than ever. So we've reached a delicate compromise here, and I'm just imploring and beseeching my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I know there are some amendments on each side that were deeply considered, and I'm just asking to resist those. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, the very good in this case. And again, this would not have happened but for the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Chaffetz, and the gentleman from Baltimore, Mr. Cummings, taking the lead on that, as well as my colleagues, Mr. Conley and Mr. Meadows. So they have driven the bus on this, and I've been in all those meetings, and it's gotten ugly, but we're at a good result here. So please, 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 let's get this behind us. Let's show the American people we can actually get our work done. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Members are advised that there is a vote on the floor, that a 3-vote series. We do intend to reconvene immediately after votes, and we encourage all members to attend. But prior to recessing, I would like to recognize Mr. Meadows for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your leadership. It's easy in a day and age where someone makes a promise and then has a change in the political environment to not hold to that promise. And Mr. Chairman, you did that. You're a man of your word, and I think that everyone here would acknowledge the fact that things could have gone very differently. So I want to just acknowledge that today, Mr. Chairman. I also want to acknowledge all the stakeholders that are here. This bill would not be where we are without you, without your direct input. Some of you have me on your Christmas list, some of you do not, and I get that. But I also would like to thank the ranking member, Mr. Cummings, the gentleman from Maryland, certainly my good friend Jerry Conley and Steve Lynch for their work. This is one of those areas where there were compromises, and as Mr. Lynch said, it got ugly at times. Hopefully it never got personal, but it is a challenge as we look at this. I see this as a fundamental issue of a binary choice, and I'm not one that like to talk about binary choices, especially in this current political environment. But that being said, either we look at a bailout of the postal system of between $119 billion and $150 billion, depending on how you do the math, or we act now to make sure that we make the reforms necessary to have a vibrant postal service. I think this bill does it. It is not perfect. It is as perfect as we can get it in this environment to make it something that will pass the House and the Senate. So I look forward to supporting it. I urge my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank you again. The intention of the chair is to reconvene immediately after votes. The committee will stand in recess. Subject to the call of the chair, the committee stands in recess. Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will come to order. As a reminder, pursuant to Committee Rule 5B and House Rule 11-2H4, the Chair announces he may postpone further proceedings today on any question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote of the yeas and nays are ordered. Without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. This is a continuation of the business meeting we started this afternoon. Prior to recessing, we were considering the committee's scheduled agenda, and we were discussing the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 756 offered by myself. I think we're now going to recognize the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you personally and Ranking Member Cummings for keeping your word, and just under the leadership of Lynch, Conley, Meadows, Ross, and Russell, for your commitment to the Postal Service. Over 30 years, I held various positions within the Postal Service, from letter carrier to district manager of training and development. I was elected to serve the 14th District in Congress and came wanting to serve on this committee because I understood clearly that the Postal Service reform fell under this committee. Over the last 2.5 years, we've heard testimony about issues facing the Postal Service from both the GAO and the Postmaster General herself. I've had several meetings with the Postmaster General Brennan, Postal Union, and leaderships during this time frame to address concerns and gather information of the financial standing of the Postal Service. we know, and what I want to talk about, everyone's talked about the need for reform, but I just want to re-emphasize the importance of the Postal Service to our country, commerce, and economy. In fiscal year 2015, the Postal Service processed and delivered over 154 billion pieces of mail, which is 47% of the entire world's mail volume. And during that same period of time, they brought in $19.2 billion in total revenue. And as of January of this year, the Postal Service is a major employer with over 620,000 employees in the Postal Service. In addition to that, I think it's some interesting information that 920 million visits were made to our local post offices, and 1.5 billion visits were made to our USPS.com. And we have 155 million delivery points nationwide. As one of the only government agencies to touch each and every American household on a daily basis, it's imperative that we work together to pass Postal Service Reform Act. I believe this legislation will stabilize the Postal Service and allow it to thrive well into the future. I've heard from various postal organizations expressing their support for this legislation. While the legislation may not be perfect, it's necessary for the future of the Postal Service. I urge my colleagues to support the Postal Service Reform Act to help strengthen the U.S. Postal Service. I also want to say on a personal note, many people talk about the volume and the buildings and revenue, but the Postal Service is built with employees who are committed to customer service. And we have a responsibility as our commitment to our country, the customers, the partners and contractors of the Postal Service to do everything we are elected to do on this body to ensure that the Postal Service is strengthened and able to meet the efficiencies and service measures that we expect. And with that, I yield back. I yield back to my ranking member.
Yeah, just one. Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. One of the things I failed to say is I wanted to give tremendous credit to Postmaster Brennan.
Yes.
And to Mr. Strobin, our deputy, and the whole staff. You all were there for us consistently. You all were very helpful to us. And you helped to keep the process moving. You didn't stand in the way. You gave us what we needed to make it happen. And it would be ridiculous for me not to take a moment to thank you for what you've done, and all the employees. Thank you.
I just want to echo that. It's been a tremendous partnership of leadership between the Deputy Postmaster General, the Postmaster General, the union labor leadership, all being in the same point, not all agreeing on all the issues, but being committed to this process. And again, I want to give, so often we fight in public, but I have to give credit to my ranking member. I can't look him eye to eye, but I pull his tie down and I look him in the eye and I said, you better do postal reform. And he committed to me, and so thank you for keeping your word. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Now recognize Ms. Maloney of New York for 5 minutes.
First of all, I want to join our ranking member in thanking the Postal Service and to point out in Women's History Month that Postmaster Brennan is the first woman in history to head the post office. And I might add that this has been a problem ever since I came to Congress, and it was Postmaster Brennan, a lady in charge, who solved it with Ron Sturman. I want to mention his long work for this committee, where he was Chief of Staff for Ed Towns, and worked on this committee and then is doing a great job with the Postal Office. I think this is so important because it saves the Post Office. And as Brenda Lawrence mentioned, it is one of the great unifying things in our country. I live in an urban area, and every single one of my post offices makes money. It makes money, but that's not true around the country. There are many places where there are more animals than there are people in it, but they deserve and they need to get the Pony Express. I always like that emblem, but they need to be able to get their mail. My late husband was from upstate New York, and we would go up there in the summertime, and I'd get all the mail from my office, and believe me, there are more bear there than people. But the main point is that the service is everywhere, providing it, knitting this country together, and bringing us together. This is critically important for our economy. The amount of magazines that have gone out of business because of the high cost of postage, this helps stabilize that cost so that that important industry can continue. And the very unfair provision that was created in 2006 that put such a tremendous financial burden on the post office. Just one provision in this alone that allows the employees of the Postal Service to go into Medicare after they've paid into Medicare all these years will save them roughly $50 billion. So this is an incredibly important bill, and I really appreciate the bipartisan leadership of Mr. Meadows and certainly Jerry Conley and Ross Lynch, and of course our ranking member and our chairman. I hope that we can keep this coalition together and pass it. I think it's really unfair to put financial burdens and demands on the post office that are on other agencies. Other agencies and businesses can go into Medicare, and so I think it's a very, very important bill, and I urge a yes vote. I'm also very appreciative because when I first came here, Danny Davis and I formed a postal caucus trying to solve some of these problems. We were never able to do it, so I have a great, great, great respect for those that have pulled this piece together. Thank you, and let's move to a vote. I'm for it.
Thank you, gentlewoman. Does any other member wish to speak on the ANS or the underlying bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Kelly is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, and I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Congressman Lynch.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Chairman, I would like permission to engage in a colloquy with you regarding H.R. 756.
The gentleman is recognized for the purpose of engaging in a colloquy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me begin by saying how pleased I am that we are advancing H.R. 756, the Postal Reform Act, so early in this new Congress. This bill is literally the product of years of bipartisan negotiations, and if passed, it would make the reforms needed to put the Postal Service on sustainable financial footing for the long term. I thank you again for working so closely with all of our members of the minority and majority to work to craft this legislation. Recently, however, we've become aware that there may be some small number of Postal Service annuitants who would not gain any benefit by enrolling in Medicare Part B as this bill requires. For example, some of our Postal Service retirees who are also military veterans entitled to receive health coverage through the VA may not actually engage in any or embrace any benefit from enrolling in Part B. There may be other individuals, we've heard from those who live abroad, and not many of those, but also Alaska Natives who receive health care funded by the State of Alaska, who may potentially not benefit from enrolling and paying the premiums in Medicare Part B. So I think we both agree that we do not want to force people to pay the Medicare Part B premium if they will not receive any benefit from such coverage.
And to Mr. Lynch, I would say, yes, I do agree. We do not want to force people to pay the Part B premium if they'll not derive any benefit from the enrollment. And I think you cited a couple of good examples where that may be the case.
So this is a complicated issue, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And we do not yet know whether there are some Postal Service annuitants who have remained enrolled in the Federal Employee Health Benefit Plan who would receive no benefit from enrolling in Part B, and if there are, how many. So I hope that as we move forward, we can work together to try to determine if there are any such people out there, how many of those such postal annuitants there are, and if any, what their specific circumstances might be, and how they are currently receiving their health care. I hope that we can assess whether and how we could ensure the annuitants who would truly receive zero benefit from enrollment in Part B could be potentially excluded from the mandatory enrollment provision of this bill.
Again, I thank you. I share your concern. Look forward to working with you to determine whether there are any postal annuitants who would derive no benefit from enrolling in Medicare. Once we understand the issue in more detail, we can determine whether it would be appropriate to exclude them from the requirement that all postal annuitants enroll in Medicare. We can also determine how to best ensure that the spouses of such these individuals can enroll in Medicare and the Postal Service Health Benefits Plan. Thank the gentleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for clarifying that. At this point, I would like to yield back to Ms. Kelly, and I thank her for her courtesy.
You're welcome. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Connolly.
I thank my good friend from Chicago, and I thank Mr. Lynch and the Chairman for the colloquy. I join in expressing the concern about this issue, as I have in our many powwows in trying to draft this bill. And I hope we have an opportunity perhaps between now and when we bring the bill to the floor to see if there are ways we can try to address this issue. I know NARF, the National Association of Active and Retired Federal Employees, has brought this issue certainly to a number of us. And I think there is an issue of fairness here, and if we can address it more forthrightly, I would welcome that. So I join in Mr. Lynch's call, and I thank the Chairman for his openness. With that, I yield back to my friend, Ms. Kelly.
I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment in the nature of the substitute? Mr. Raskin is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Cummings, for your impressive work on this bill. I know both of you and many other colleagues devoted considerable effort to crafting the legislation, and I want to salute you on this old-fashioned success in achieving legislative compromise and progress. The bill is the product of years of bipartisan compromise, as I understand it, and it will bring about several important reforms at the U.S. Postal Service. It will help modernize USPS oversight, management, and delivery, improve delivery efficiency and security, and help USPS deal with the financial consequences of the pre-funding requirement imposed on it by Congress. Unlike any other part of the government, or any private sector company for that matter, the Postal Service is required to pre-fund the long-term pension and health care liabilities of its retirees. This unprecedented requirement means that despite an operational income of nearly $1.2 billion in FY 2015, USPS reported a $5 billion net loss on paper, largely due to the $5.7 billion pre-funding requirement. Without this unique requirement, the U.S. Postal Service would be reporting an operating profit. So when we hear talk of putting the Postal Service back on the path to financial stability or returning it to financial solvency, I just want to emphasize that what we're really doing is providing relief from an extraordinary situation that was generated by congressional mandate. Whatever the original merits of this pre-funding requirement, it obviously defines the financial context that the Postal Service faces today. In recognition of this, I will be voting in favor of H.R. 756, both to help the USPS maintain its financial well-being and to modernize the system. However, I do remain concerned by the provision of the bill that requires current retirees and their family members to enroll in Medicare Part B or forfeit the federal employee health benefits coverage they earned through many years of hard work. Although many retired postal annuitants already sign up for Medicare Part B, and most who have not yet would be better off by doing so, the way in which the Medicare integration provision will be implemented creates a situation in which the cost of Part B premiums might impose a financial challenge to seniors living on a fixed income. Specifically, thousands of retirees could get stuck paying an additional $134 each month for Medicare premiums. Therefore, I believe the legislation might be improved by requiring the Postal Service to help annuitants in such circumstances pay for Part B premiums from state Medicaid programs. Altering health care benefits and increasing their costs after employees retire does not seem entirely fair to me, and I worry that doing so sets up a troubling precedent for Congress altering the future benefits of retirees when such benefits have already been bargained for and accepted as contractual consideration. Nonetheless, the bill in its entirety strikes me as a real improvement over prior proposals. Unlike earlier revisions, it enables retirees to avoid a complete loss of health insurance coverage thanks to an automatic Medicare enrollment provision. It also provides retirees with some relief from Medicare Part B premiums during their first 3 years of coverage. Again, this provision could perhaps be improved in small ways by either providing financial support in hardship circumstances to cover the cost of Part B premiums to specific retirees beyond the 3 years of transition assistance now in the bill, or empowering USPS to exempt from the Part B enrollment requirement in certain circumstances people who have not yet enrolled in Part B due to financial limitations. As tempted as I might be, however, to try to amend the bill to address these shortcomings, I'm very conscious of the warnings offered by the ranking member and my good friend Mr. Connolly that this is a delicate compromise product, and it is presently a sturdy, seaworthy vehicle. We don't want to load too much cargo on the port side or the starboard side because the whole ship could tip over. And for that reason, I will not introduce any amendments that might upset the ship, and I hope my colleagues on the other side will consider doing the same. All in all, the bill marks substantial progress over proposals submitted in prior years, and it is the product of a hard-won and almost quaint now bipartisan effort. I will not let the perfect be the enemy of the good, because these days the good sounds pretty perfect to me. I plan to vote in favor of H.R. 756 as a thoughtful compromise and urge all of my colleagues to do the same without any controversial amendment.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, by all means.
I want to associate myself with your boat analogy. I am so impressed.
Ahoy, skipper.
I yield back.
And I'll yield back to the chair. Thank you, Mr. Cummings.
I thank the gentleman. Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Cartwright of Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't intend to take 5 minutes. I just want to congratulate my colleagues on this committee. What a refreshing moment it is for us to reach this kind of bipartisan compromise. Yes, the starboard and port sides have to be balanced, and yes, the boat is not swamped, and yes, we will continue to sail forward. It's been a long time coming, compromises like these, and they are few and far between, so let us get together and celebrate them. I congratulate the chairman, the ranking member, and Representatives Meadows, Connolly, Ross, and Lynch on the work they put into this. I would also be remiss if I did not congratulate the Postmaster General of the United States for her work. I have particular reason to be proud of her because she hails from my district. She's from Pottsville in Schuylkill County, Pennsylvania. As the 74th Postmaster General of the United States and the first woman, I think the record should reflect that it took a woman Postmaster General from Schuylkill County, Pennsylvania to set all this stuff right. She is, and it's no coincidence, she has a very distinguished past. She went to Nativity BVM High School in Pottsville, where she was a member of the statewide championship basketball team in 1978. She went on to Immaculata University and graduated from the MIT Sloan School of Management. This is a lady who is really on top of her game, and I congratulate Postmaster General Brennan for all of the hard work she put into this as well.
Would my friend yield for 1 second?
I yield.
I just want to remind him I went to high school in his district.
Yes, we are also taking credit for...
Because you take responsibility.
And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
It's a rough district you got going on there. Does any other member wish to speak on the ANS? Gentleman from Vermont, Mr. Welch, is recognized for 5 minutes.
You know, what's so important about this is that the men and women in the Postal Service have been working under very difficult circumstances for several years. The Postal Service has been here since Ben Franklin founded it, and it's gone through extraordinary changes. And it is a result of changes that are in technology, the most recent one being the Internet that had just an incredible impact on this vital service. And it raised questions from some people as to whether or not the Postal Service should survive. But let me tell you, as a person from rural America, we have to have the Postal Service. We have to. But there were real challenges. They were practical, they were managerial, they were political. But at the end of the day, the men and women who delivered the mail kept working through this extraordinary uncertainty, political uncertainty and technological uncertainty. And we're coming back. The Postal Service is coming back. And it's a good sight for any of us in rural America, but urban America too, to see that man or woman, postal clerk, bring in the mail to our home. So I want to thank the work of the postal workers primarily for getting through thick and thin. But I also want to thank the leadership of this committee, Mr. Chaffetz and Mr. Cummings, and their loyal allies who work so well. You know, this is like our job, and we're doing it. And we shouldn't get congratulations for that. It's like we punch in and we finally did something that's worth doing. And that's why I think there's a lot of restraint on both sides about putting in amendments that are going to sink the boat. So this is tremendous work. Mr. Chaffetz, Mr. Cummings, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Meadows. Who else was involved in this? Mr. Lawrence. Oh, Ms. Lawrence. Thank you so much. There you are. You were our rescue operation.
Are you putting me in the boat with Ms. Lawrence?
I said Mr. Meadows. I did. But here's the other thing I'm going to say. Don't let it go to your head, because all we're doing is our job. All right? And thank you. But I want to thank the men and women of the Postal Service. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member have a boat analogy they wish to share?
I think we ought to sail.
Mr. Cummings suggests that we set sail here. Does any other member wish to speak on the INS? Otherwise, we will move to the amendment process. Mr. Rice is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 1.
What is this?
The clerk will designate the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 756, offered by Mr. Issa of California.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the delicate balance of this bill, notwithstanding that in the current language, there is a great question in my mind as to whether or not if the Post Office doesn't achieve profitability, that anything is in the bill that would trigger a change that would cause them to do so. Over the last decade, since the 2006 bill, although there has been attrition within the Post Office, there have been no fundamental improvements in home delivery, and the efficiency of home delivery has not improved. Particularly noteworthy is that the use of cluster boxes, or if you will, the conversion to the old chute for about 30% of Americans to some more efficient system has essentially come to a halt. Although the legislation in 1977 envisioned that we would eventually have cluster boxes, or at least at the curb delivery for universally. And in the early years, that conversion did occur in a number of areas. It has slowed to a halt. It cost about $6.5 billion at last estimate to the Post Office for letter carriers to carry. And I might note particularly, as I did in my opening remarks, Amazon today is rolling out cluster boxes because, in fact, it saves them money and it provides secure storage, particularly in urban areas. It's those very urban areas today who have to look to at the Circle K or around the corner at the gas station for their secure storage, because habitually in urban areas, packages disappear from single-family homes and even apartments. So for that reason, I'm offering an amendment that would put back in if you will, a will rather than a may, and it does so by changing the burden from an opt-out to an opt-in. with the burden on those who do not want to have a cluster or some other non-door delivery. And in closing, I might note that in no way are we changing the Post Office's long tradition of delivering to the door for anyone who requests and has any need whatsoever for to-the-door delivery. That includes all of our seniors, shut-ins, and the like. This would not change that, nor would cluster boxes change a postman going to a shut-in or someone else who needed to-the-door delivery. That would continue as a obvious service that has made the Post Office the preferred delivery system for many, many generations. And with that, I would yield to the Chairman.
I believe we're going to recognize Mr. Cummings.
Okay, in that case, I would yield back.
Okay, thank you. Now recognize Mr. Cummings for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I strongly oppose this amendment. In the postal reform legislation that we've developed on a bipartisan basis, once 40% of the residents in a delineated area agree to convert from door delivery to centralized delivery, those addresses would be converted. The other 60% of residents in the area would continue to receive door delivery unless they elect to convert to centralized delivery. However, if a current resident moves out of the area, the address would be converted and the new resident would receive centralized delivery. This carefully crafted compromise would ensure that the Postal Service can move ahead with centralized delivery conversions where residents agree to the change, but that door delivery will not be taken from those who currently receive this type of delivery and want to keep it. The amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, requires that once 40% of the residents in an area agree to convert to centralized delivery, all of the residents in that area would be converted, including the 60% who did not agree, unless those individuals write to the Postal Service every year asking to keep their door delivering. This amendment would impose an unnecessary burden on families across this country who want to keep the door delivery they currently receive. And this is a proposal that would upset the balance on which this bipartisan postal reform measure rests. Door delivery is obviously a very sensitive subject. We have had repeated discussions in this committee about the importance of door delivery for our constituents, and it has been significant discussion. We've also discussed how, particularly in urban areas, sites for the placement of centralized delivery units are limited, if not non-existent. Again, none of us involved in the negotiations that produced the bill before us today got everything we want. And I know the gentleman has worked very hard on this issue, and I respect him for that. Frankly, I would have preferred that we make no changes to the residential addresses that currently receive door delivery. But I agreed to a compromise on this issue because, on the whole, the bill we crafted represents the best option for putting the Postal Service on a sustainable long-term financial path. The gentleman's amendment seeks to drive a wedge into this bipartisan effort in pursuit of nominal savings that will not improve the Postal Service's finances absent the changes made in our bipartisan bill. I also note that many mailers submitted comments, and I want to thank them for that, to this committee last year expressing their concern about proposals that would take mail away from people's doors and leave it in centralized delivery boxes. Again, keep in mind what I said and certainly what Mr. Raskin talked about, that balance that we were able to strike. And this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Many mailers oppose proposals to move to centralized delivery, while others argue that we should first understand the impact of such a change or the value of the mail and on advertising response rates before we change delivery methods. I urge the rejection of this amendment out of deep respect for the sponsor, and I urge the committee to move forward with the bipartisan reform bill that has been carefully crafted by both sides of the aisle. And so, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for agreeing to move the bill on a bipartisan basis and hopefully standing with me today in opposing this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent at this time to withdraw this amendment, please.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Personal note here, I do truly appreciate what Mr. Issa is trying to do here, because the conversion does save money, and look forward to working with everybody to figure out how to best make this concept move forward. So I appreciate what the gentleman's doing and appreciate him withdrawing the amendment. Are there other amendments to the bill? The gentleman from California, Mr. Desaulniers, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for considering what I hope is a non-controversial amendment.
The gentleman has an amendment at the desk, correct?
Yes, I do have an amendment.
Clerk will designate the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 756, offered by Mr. Desaulniers of California.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for considering it, and thanks to you and everyone involved in this important work. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is simple. It requires the U.S. Postal Service to provide congressional offices advance notice of any closure, sale, movement, or reduction of operations of a postal facility in their jurisdiction, ensuring that members of Congress are made aware of potential change to a local postal facility before public notices are posted, improves our ability to address local concerns, identify alternatives, and ensure that needs of our constituents are met. This amendment does not inhibit the U.S. Postal Service's ability to close or move a facility. This amendment simply requires appropriate congressional notification. It came to us late in the process, and for that I apologize. Mr. Chairman, this is hopefully a non-controversial improvement to the bill that promotes transparency, accountability, and communication to our constituents, and I would urge my colleagues to support it.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to simply say I support this amendment. There's nothing more frustrating than being in Congress and then something at the federal level happens and you have no idea. And I've heard a number of stories outside the Postal Service where this has happened and we're suddenly caught flat-footed. So I think it's a good amendment. We should probably add it to a whole lot of things. The idea that members of Congress get a 10-day notice. It's our staff that really at the front line that ends up taking the brunt of these questions and concerns, and it doesn't change the nature or the spirit of the bill. In fact, I think it puts us closer in touch with the reality of what's happening at a federal facility so close to us. With that, I'll yield some of my time to Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings.
Oh, okay. No. All right, fine. I just want, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be very brief. I support this amendment. One of the things that I tell my staff is one of the best things, and this is to the newer members too, one of the best things that we can do for our constituents is provide them with access and information. But if you don't have the information, that's a problem. So the amendment would require the Postal Service to notify a member of Congress 10 days before the public of any closure or consolidation of a postal facility within the congressional district represented by the member. I mean, this is just common sense. This amendment would keep members apprised of potential postal facility closures, consolidations, or service reductions that would affect their constituents. This is indeed a common sense amendment that all members should support. And, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for supporting this amendment. I want to thank the sponsor for his thoughtfulness in bringing this up, and I certainly support it. And I yield back to the Chairman.
Thank you. Reclaiming my time, will now yield to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley.
I thank the Chair. I also support the amendment. And as the Chairman said, it might even be a good provision in a lot of bills. But this isn't a theoretical problem Mr. Desaulniers is addressing. In the previous Postmaster General, we had a lot of arbitrary decisions made that had huge impacts on communities. Sometimes they were iconic architectural features in the middle of an urban area that suddenly was sold off. But in rural, smaller communities, to sell off or tear down or close a postal office is really part of the central dynamic of that community, and it has an oversized impact. And the very least we could expect, as the Chairman said, is notification, if not communication and negotiation. So I think this amendment takes care of something that we did have a problem with, and there's no guarantee. I mean, with the current Postmaster General, it's not a problem, but who knows what happens afterwards. So I think it's a common sense amendment, and I'm glad the Chairman supports it as well, and I look forward to its adoption.
Reclaiming my time, will yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief. I just need a technical understanding for the definition of postal facility. Because it says retail facility, I'm concerned that this would be limited to owned or leased outright and operated by the post office, and that it wouldn't go to contract basis. As you know, there are tens of thousands of vendors that come in and out with various postal contracts, private sector. So my inquiry would be, would it apply to those which might be burdensome on behalf of the post office, or only facilities which were operated by the Postal Service itself?
Reclaiming my time, it's my understanding this would only be applicable to those facilities that are actually owned by the Postal Service.
Okay, then as long as that is in the technical corrections and work by the committee, that's understood. I'm fine with the bill. I think it's a great addition to the legislation before us.
Reclaiming my time. Thank the gentleman. Does any other member wish to be heard on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Desaulniers? If none, the question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Desaulniers. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Issa.
I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 2.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 756, offered by Mr. Issa of California.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, it's a short amendment, and it's designed not to blow up the bill, but to create if you will, a catch net in case the other efforts to save funds do not occur. And I'll read it because it's that short. It says in Section 2, if net sales profit requirement, notwithstanding any of the provision of law, if the Postal Service does not meet a 2% net profit during its second fiscal year beginning after the date of enactment of this Act or any year after, the Postal Service shall, in order to make new capitalization available, eliminate one mail delivery day per week. As you know, that is not something that we take lightly. There would still be the ability to have special deliveries as long as it was separately shown as profitable. However, you were the author of a couple of proposals, Mr. Chairman, that were designed to find ways to deal with this exact problem. But it is a substantial savings. I've crafted it so that as long as the Post Office remains profitable, they're in a position to never trigger this unless they choose to trigger it for some other reason. But and obviously this committee would grant them a elimination of this procedure if for some reason they were able to demonstrate that there would be no savings through that. But I think based on the past CBO scoring of, if you will, 6-day delivery versus 5, this is certainly a possibility that should be available and even mandated if they're unable to achieve that slightly greater than break even. And with that, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as I read this amendment, I could not help but think about the idea, the fact that our staffs have spent a phenomenal amount of time, and I want to thank them too as I about to speak on this. Staff, a lot of people don't realize it, work day and night. Sometimes when we're sleeping, they're still trying to get these things worked out. And this is one of those issues that I know staff worked a lot on, and I know that Mr. Issa, this has been something that has been very, very important to him, and I have the utmost respect for, the fact that he has stuck with it. But I strongly oppose this amendment, which is, it's in a way a backdoor attempt to 6-day delivery, to end 6-day delivery. I also oppose the effort to upset the delicate balance on which this bipartisan postal reform measure rests. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot emphasize more. I cannot tell you how disappointed I was in certain things not being in the bill. Connolly, I'll tell you, I spent a phenomenal amount of time trying to figure out how the Postal Service could have more ways to make money. And I just couldn't make a lot of headway. And the chairman knows this. And so I had to swallow. And we all had to swallow. I'm sure Mr. Lynch did some swallowing, and Connolly, and certainly Meadows and others. H.R. 756, as we have said repeatedly, is a product of extensive bipartisan negotiations. None of us got everything we wanted. But together, we crafted a product that can achieve our shared objective of ensuring long-term solvency of the Postal Service. That may not sound very sexy. It may not sound like it's a big deal. But when you think about, the chairman said it in his opening a few minutes ago, when you think about the idea that you can sit in Baltimore and take an envelope and send it clear across the country, and it not even have a smudge on it, and it gets there for, less than 50 cents. I mean, come on now. That says a lot. And we have been able to, and we have been about the business of trying to make sure that we preserve that. Sometimes I tell my staff I take them for granted, and it's their fault. And I say it's their fault because they're dependable, because they're brilliant, and I assume that they're going to do the right thing. That's what has happened with the Postal Service. That's what this balance is all about. That's why we should be very proud today. So the underlying bill does not alter the current delivery schedule. It recognizes the value to the postal product of preserving Saturday delivery. It also makes changes in other areas of the Postal Service's operations that will produce the savings necessary to put the Postal Service on sound financial ground. Without spending one dime of taxpayer funding, our bipartisan bill would eliminate the Postal Service's retiree health care liabilities, which is phenomenal, while ensuring that postal rates remain affordable to all consumers. Remember what I told you about? That one little piece of paper in an envelope going from one side of the country to the other. This is the objective we all share and that would be achieved by our bipartisan effort. As I close, the gentleman's amendment seeks to divert our attention to, unfortunately, divisive issues by proposing changes that will not benefit the Postal Service mailers or the millions of Americans who rely on the Postal Service. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's not well intended. It's just that we've got this balance that we've really got to try to keep. I urge the rejection of this amendment, and I urge the rejection of the politics that will cause division. I really do think we've got the glue now to take this to the House floor, get it through, and then get it through the Senate. And I would urge rejection of this amendment. And I yield. I guess I'm out of time.
Gentleman yields back. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I do stand opposed to this amendment. I recognize the gentleman, Chairman Issa, whose I think heart is in direction heart is in the right direction. But the way and I've said this several times before, the Postal Service needs to become more relevant in people's lives. You can't just keep cutting services and raising rates and expect the Post Office to be on the financial trajectory that it needs to be. What I have come to appreciate, and I've gravitated over the years that we've been looking at this, is that the world economy, the U.S. economy, the e-commerce community is moving to 7-day delivery. The rise of pharmaceuticals and dog food. I mean, we order a lot of dog food through the mail, and I'm amazed. And it better darn well arrive when we expect it to arrive, because I know who rules our house, and it ain't me. So, but this is something that I think would cause quite a disruption, and we want to get the financial house in order for the Postal Service. We're doing a number of things to do that. And I'm proud of the fact that this bill, I think, does put them on a more sound financial footing. But to have an automatic kick-in to eliminate a day of delivery would cause, I don't know how much disruption. The other thing that I would note in the bill that's an important piece that we haven't talked about, and Mark Meadows and I in particular, and as Mr. Conley and Lynch also worked on this as well, is to strengthen and streamline the Board of Governors, but also the PRC. Because the Postal Rate Commission has got to do a very thorough job of assessing the costs, all the costs, and be able to attribute those accurately to all of the deliveries that are happening, particularly in the package category. And Mr. Meadows can probably even speak more eloquently to that. But one of the things that the bill does that I think is very much needed, and it's going to take some time to do this assessment, but in the first year they have to do the assessment to understand what those true costs are and to make sure that those are captured and attributed. So the Postal Regulatory Commission, I'm sorry I misspoke, is the one that's going to head this up. The President is going to need to work to get the Board of Governors and others populated. But they have some important work to do to properly attribute and allocate the costs, which I do think will go a long way to the spirit of what Mr. Issa is doing. Maybe he doesn't think so, but that's the way I see it. So unfortunately, I'm opposed to this particular amendment, but I do share the sentiment that, again, we're trying to get the financial trajectory of the Postal Service moving in the right direction. So with that, I will yield back. I now recognize Mr. Conley of Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if you want another boat analogy, this is the iceberg that will sink the Titanic. There is no more controversial issue in the Congress with respect to Postal Service than 6 versus 5-day delivery. And if we want to revisit that, we will sink this bill. It will not pass on the floor of the House with this provision in it, and it is a tired old argument that lacks merit. If we're going to insist that 6-day to 5-day has merit, prove it. The Postal Service under the previous Postmaster General did a study, and that study pointed out that the net savings weren't that great because while there was an ostensible savings up front, what the Postal Service had not acknowledged was the loss of business that follows. The greeting card industry is in this room. They will tell you, if you go from 6 to 5, you're going to lose their business.
Where are they going
And as the Chairman pointed out, actually, the whole market is moving to 7-day delivery. 6-day delivery is a competitive advantage for the U.S. Postal Service. In fact, its private sector competitors often take advantage of it for last-mile delivery because the Postal Service delivers and has an obligation to provide universal service, which they don't. To tie this to a 2% profit, who said, certainly our bill doesn't say they have to hit a 2% every year profit, or else there are years that are going to fluctuate. Even if the Postal Service were in the best of health, the economic winds that hit us in 2008 and 2009 would have guaranteed they could not meet that metric through no fault of their own. The economy tanked. So that's an arbitrary figure. It looks reasonable, but what it will trigger is not reasonable and will hurt the Postal Service and will fracture the coalition we've worked so hard to put together in this bill. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and to recognize that support here in the Congress for 6 days is solid. It is reiterated virtually every year in appropriations bills, and it is something that the Conley-Graves resolution in the last Congress got 241 signatures without breaking a sweat. We can do it again, and we will. But this amendment, I'm afraid, does not improve the bill, and I would hope the author of the amendment would withdraw it as he did his previous amendment, and I would yield to my friend, Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts.
I thank the gentleman. I want to keep the boat analogy going, and I'm going to refer to what I describe as the Three Stooges analogy. There was an episode of the Three Stooges where Moe, Larry, and Curly are in a boat. And so Curly starts drilling the boat's sinking, and Curly starts drilling holes.
You're going to have to define for the audience who those people were.
On my own time. So Curly starts drilling holes in the boat, and Moe says, "What are you doing?" He says, "I'm drilling holes in the boat to let the water out." That's what this amendment does. This is a Three Stooges amendment. Okay? This bill, so get this. Over the past 5 years, the Postal Service has lost $56 billion. $56 billion.
Pretty good.
If we're able to turn this around so that the Post Office breaks even or makes a 1% profit, this bill, this amendment that the gentleman has offered, will make them go from 6-day delivery to 5-day delivery. Think about that. The world is on a 7-day schedule. Amazon. You know, the only reason we're not doing worse is because we're delivering packages on Sunday now. So we're busier than ever. And what this would do is if we break even, if we go from losing $56 billion to breaking even, which I think most people would see as a good thing, if we do that, or we make a 1% profit, then the Post Office, by this amendment, has to stop delivering on Saturday. It's ridiculous. This is ridiculous. So I just urge my members, please, don't be like Curly on the Three Stooges, okay? Let's vote down this amendment. Let's vote for this bill. Let's put the Post Office and the American people in a better place. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent to withdraw Amendment Number 2 at this time.
Gentleman is asking unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment. Any objections? Hearing no objections, so order. I thank the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Issa has amendment number 3 at the desk. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment.
I'm sorry, just to make sure I got the technicalities right. The clerk will designate the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 756, offered by Mr. Issa of California.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment is substantially similar to the First Amendment. The difference is it does include the provision that should the Post Office not achieve that relatively small amount of profit, less than $1.2 billion on $60 billion worth of revenue, which is actually insufficient for them to recapitalize the deferred maintenance and if you will, the sins of the past, as they've lost money, as the gentleman from Massachusetts said, over $56 billion. If they don't reach that, it would kick in that year and any subsequent year the process I alluded to earlier, the one in which they would begin finding locations where a sufficient people were willing to make that decision, allowing the opt-out for anyone who wanted to. And again, if in fact after a year or two of these significant reductions and conversions, they return to 2% profitability, they'd be able to stop this. But in the current bill, if the Post Office simply goes back to what the Post Office has done for my entire more than a decade on this committee, which is to tolerate losses and hope for a large increase in the postal delivery rate or a bailout from Congress, then in fact we will have no power. We are giving the Post Office a change in the law that delivers, if you will, that $56 billion back to them, when in fact contractually and under the rules they agreed to and supported in 2006, they simply want to rechange the deal. I have no problem with, if you will, shifting to Medicare, and it will have a cost, this large amount of money that the Post Office currently owes. What I have a problem with is doing so, which is a bailout, and having no trigger to ensure that we will not revisit this again. So since this represents about $6.5 billion or more in savings, and it goes to the very efficiency of the delivery, and since it represents only 30% of homes in America that receive the to-the-door delivery, although many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will bemoan those unfortunate people who will lose, in some cases, because their community is being converted, their to-the-door delivery unless they have a reason to ask for it separately, what we really have is 30% of America, and I'll use the analogy of the boat, 30% of the weight put on one side is capsizing this boat. The fact is 70% of Americans do not receive to-the-door delivery. 70% of the American people are part of the solution, and 30% are being somehow year after year protected when in fact the very efficiency and security would be enhanced by doing this. And I'll close by saying this is a simple, understandable, be profitable or begin making the changes necessary to be profitable. And I pulled back both of my other amendments. I will not be pulling this one back. I will ask for a recorded vote, because if we cannot work something like this or something like this, I cannot support the bill, because I know in my heart that we will not be profitable at the Post Office. We will not be ensuring that the Post Office becomes the excellent organization it needs to be for package delivery to be the dominant delivery to the door or near door delivery that it is today. We see the Post Office scaling up some, but not enough to meet Amazon and other delivery systems. And we see the lack of secure delivery. It's not just in the to-door, because the fact is cluster boxes need to be added in those rural areas where you see rows and rows of individual boxes. You need to have the lockability for an America that is more and more online requesting it. If we secure packages and other mail being delivered near the home to all of America, we will ensure that the postal system for generations to come will be the preferred delivery system for both flat mail and packages. And I believe it strongly enough that I cannot pull back, that this must be implemented unless the Post Office can find a way to bear the continued burden of 30% of Americans doing this. And even if they could, it still would be ill-advised not to expand secure storage. And as I close, my ranking member of those many years, Mr. Cummings, and I have disagreed on many things. But I know that when it comes to trying to find solutions for secure storage, maybe not the to-door delivery change, but for secure storage, he agrees with me. We have to find these solutions in rural, in suburban, and in urban areas. And if not this amendment, then what? Because there is no solution properly laid out in this. And I would say that if you look at needing to get a certain amount active and then you only get that portion, then the system will inherently never enjoy the efficiencies it needs to. Mr. Chairman, I regret that I don't have a better structured amendment. This could not be considered to be perfect, but it is, in fact, an effort I believe strongly in, and I urge support for this amendment. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was very saddened to hear Mr. Issa say that if the amendment did not pass, that he could not support the bill. But I have a phenomenal respect for you. I really do, because I know you put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this postal reform. And I also know that the chairman took a product, as I said from the very beginning, that he may not have liked every piece of, but he said, you know what? I'm going to take this and I'm going to work with it. I'm going to compromise because this is so much bigger than me. That's what he did. He didn't say, I don't like this, so I'm going to shelve it. He said, I'm going to take what Issa did. I'm going to take what Ross did. I'm going to take what Lawrence did. I'm going to take what Meadows and Conley and Lynch, because this is bigger than me. And I got to tell you, I gained a tremendous amount of respect for the chairman for that. This amendment simply combines provisions from previous amendments. It would require that if an arbitrary performance metric is not met, the Postal Service must convert all addresses to door delivery in a delineated area if 40% of the residents have agreed to the conversion. As with the previous amendment, under this amendment, families could opt out of the delivery conversions only by writing annually to the Postal Service and asking to keep their door delivery. Now, I don't know what kind of schedules you all have, but, you know, I pay my bills. And the reason why I pay my bills when I get them. I open my mail and pay them. You know why? Because I want them paid. I say that to say that people have busy schedules. People are doing things. They got a lot of things already to balance. And this doesn't need to be added to them. But more important than that, again, I go back to the fact, to the newer members, we have worked hard. I mean, seriously, it's emotional for me. We have worked hard to make this happen. People who thought they could not agree, agreed. And the chairman had a statement. You know, I went out to Utah, and before he became chairman, the chairman Chaffetz, and he took me to all these nice places, man, the Arches, and he even gave me a boat ride down.
It was very romantic, it really was.
And I met all the you know, distinguished city council people and everything. And so, you know, of course, when he came to my district, I took him to an AIDS clinic. I mean, literally, took him to a place where some senior citizens basically laid him out because he felt that he was messing with their entitlements. Anyway, to make a long story short, when I tell this because I just think that we need some levity here. When he told the president about his trip, right? President Obama, and he said, yeah, Elijah took me to the AIDS clinic and to the this and that. I took him to the Arches and the picnic. And the president said, you got the lower end of that steak, buddy. But the point is, I say that to say that we have come here from all parts of the United States, and we got an issue here that has brought us together. And again, you know, there are ways that, you know, in other words, if things come up in the future that we need to make adjustments, and I'm sure that the chairman will be the first one to say this, if we saw in the future that we need to make adjustments, we will do everything in our power to make those adjustments. But right now, for this moment right here, this is the moment. You know, people say, you know, that we'll cross the bridge when we get to it. Hello, we're at the bridge. We are on the bridge. I'm trying to get a boat in there, but I can't figure it out. So anyway, I'm sure somebody will pick up where I left off. But the fact is that we need to let this sail, all right? We got to get this done. All right, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll recognize, let's recognize Mr. Ross of Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, I have the distinct honor of being on this committee and having been empowered by then-Chairman Issa to serve 6 years ago over the beginning of these reforms. And for those reasons, I'm very grateful to the former Chairman and the sponsor of this amendment, Mr. Issa. And, in fact, I believe in cluster boxes. I think it's a great way to go forward and to minimize the costs and labor expense that we have in the Postal Service. However, I cannot support this amendment, and I cannot support this amendment for two reasons. One, holding it to a standard of 2% of net sales and profit suggests that we're asking the Postal Service to do better than what the Federal Government's done over the last 8 years in the 1.5% growth in GDP. That, to me, in and of itself, is we're setting it up for failure. Look, there are ways to do this. The Postal Regulatory Commission will be empowered even greater to do that, and we can monitor this as time goes on. And the second reason, and as much as I hate to do it, but he's not here, is I have to agree with my friend from Virginia, Mr. Connolly. We don't want all the effort that we've put into this bill over the last 6 years to suddenly just get tanked because of one amendment. We've come way too far to allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good, to use an old, worn-out adage. But what we need to do is make sure that we hold ourselves accountable to an institution that's been around longer than the United States government, and that's the United States Postal Service. And, Mr. Chairman, for those reasons, I believe that we should oppose this amendment, pass this bill out of here, get it to the floor, and let's do what the American public wants us to do. Show that we've come together in a bipartisan fashion to save an institution that the American people rely on, want to continue to have the service of, and then we can move on to other issues that seem to be at the forefront of us. And for those reasons, again, I oppose the amendment and yield back.
If the gentleman will yield to me prior to yielding back, I'd appreciate it.
Gladly yield to you, Chairman.
I too, with all due respect to Chairman Issa, I need to oppose this amendment as well. Cluster boxes, I believe in cluster boxes in most situations, but not every situation does it fit. If we're part of the reason we're here today, and the driving force that we need to address, is the fact that they are bumping up against the statutory debt limit of $15 billion, and we're doing everything we can to avoid a bailout. And if the improvements that we make to the Postal Service, while they're not everything you want, everything I want, not everything anybody, you know, nobody got everything that they wanted, we are collectively coming together and saying we're putting our best foot forward, because we cannot let this institution fail. This is a vital piece of our economy that has to be moving forward. And I would also suggest, particularly on the amendment, that it's not just year 2 or year 1 or maybe 10 years from now. They have to get to this point where they're relevant, they're selling their services. I wish more of the government would actually operate this. You know, they have to provide a service and collect a fee for that. We don't appropriate money, and that's what we're trying so desperately to do, is avoid that appropriation. We have done a lot to move cluster boxes forward. For instance, there was $5+ million door deliveries at businesses. This bill requires the Postal Service, where appropriate, to convert all of those businesses to cluster boxes. We also are moving, and I want people to understand this, the surveys that will be taken about cluster boxes for residents will be done in groups no more than 50. So it's not like we're taking a nationwide survey and just trying to say, well, what works in Utah also works in Boston. We're taking communities where in my town of Alpine, so much of it is cluster boxes. New communities in Eagle Mountain and other places in Utah, they're moving at the beginning to cluster boxes. But some of the older communities, we're trying to say, look, let's take a survey, groups of no bigger than 50, and if 40% of those people say yes, then they convert to these, and it saves the government a lot of money. In fact, I would encourage and hope that the Postal Service would let the public know, because I think they want to be part of the solution too, that they could be saving as much as $200 per door that we convert to the cluster boxes. So Chairman Issa is right. This is one of the most powerful tools to get the sound financial footing. I just oppose to this amendment at this time because I don't know that 2% is the right amount. I think it's somewhat random. I think if they continue to lose money and bump up against the $15 billion, we're all going to be back here looking at not just cluster boxes, but there's a whole array of other things that can not just cut costs, but become more relevant. They got to provide a better, more relevant service in an economy that is constantly changing. So I'm opposed to the amendment, and once this is defeated, I think it will be defeated. I do hope that I can earn Chairman Issa's support for the bill, because I do think it will save money. It will put the Postal Service on better, sound financial footing, and I will do everything I can to try to earn that support, because I care about what Chairman Issa thinks. We wouldn't be in this position without your good hard work and laying the foundation. When I became a freshman here, he put me on the subcommittee. I was the ranking member and dealing with postal issues. And he told me it was a good thing, and I dove in with both feet, and Dennis Ross did the same thing, and others have done that. And so it's with great deference and difficulty for me to say I am opposed to Chairman Issa's amendment, but that's where I'm coming for. It's where my heart is. And I do hope we can move this bipartisan bill forward. And with that, I'll yield back. I think I yielded to you, so Mr. Ross yields it back his time.
Chairman, I now ask unanimous consent to withdraw that, and I will offer just one more amendment. This will be my last amendment.
The gentleman has asked unanimous consent to withdraw amendment number 3. Hearing no objection, so ordered. I thank the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarity,
so the gentleman,
amendment, I'd ask.
Yeah. So the gentleman has another amendment at the desk?
Yes. Amendment number 4.
I don't know that she just doesn't have that.
It's coming down now. Oh, there it is. It's at the side of the desk.
It's in the mail.
It's in the mail. It's on a boat.
It's on a boat. It's on a boat. On the slow boat. All right.
Slow boat.
The slow boat. I'm sorry. The clerk will designate the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 756, offered by Mr. Issa of California.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make this short, and it's so similar that many people will recognize that this ship sailed, but there's a new improved version. It has a better mast. No, it's actually just smaller and lighter. What I'm willing to do, I'm negotiating against myself, but I want to make it clear that I believe in cluster boxes, and I believe the bill is flawed if it says that people can ask for and the post office can build cluster boxes, and then people can just blithely opt out or have to opt in. And so what I've done is I've reduced the net profit down to 0.001%. We call that break even. Now that's in the thousands of dollars on billions of sales. But it still goes back with no other change to the same bottom line, that we must have a trigger to get to profitability, or at least to break even in this case. And if if all the other tools are available to the post office and they choose not to use them, then the change to the opt-in, opt-out is a tool. Now, Mr. Chairman, there's been a lot of discussion, and after years of working with CBO and with the post office, the one thing I know is this is not an overnight cure. The gleaning of those 50 people in Alpine, Utah, to give them that opportunity and the vote and the whole process, it's not quick. This is years and years. And if they do not reach profitability in year 2, and they begin this process, very little may happen by year 3 or year 4. And I am well aware that the bureaucracy of the post office could in fact implement this at a glacial pace. And, of course, local communities could delay their votes, because nowhere in this does it mandate that 100% of America immediately have it. But it does lay out a procedure in which the move would be more effective and would have at least some effect on people's ability to see a post office that is hemorrhaging money, that is raising rates, because that's what will happen. We'll either have another bailout or we will raise rates. And so I'm offering this as my last amendment, and that is one in which all they have to do is break even in order to not trigger this. And, of course, if they go back to breaking even if they've only done a small amount of them. So I think it has very little impact other than to have at least some tool to improve. And again, Mr. Chairman, you said there were a great many tools. As far as I know, none of the other savings tools are within our power and excluded from the Postmaster. Many of those tools have not been used by the Postmaster in past years. And although I supported the notification to members, I'm well aware that those notifications, when they occur, normally cause a senator to run down and explain that something bad will happen if the post office actually does it. And the history of the post office, as you know, Mr. Chairman, is they generally go back on their own statements of the brave actions they're going to take, and they don't take them. So in this case, it is a small provision. It only requires that they not lose money in a year. And again, they cannot implement it quickly, but to leave no tool to a break-even would seem to be malfeasance by us in our responsibility. And again, if the current underlying bill gets to a break-even and stays at a break-even, none of this will ever happen, and this will have been a lot of discussion and a lot of indulgence by the Chairman and Ranking Member for nothing. But I would urge support of this, since my new arbitrary is they simply have to not lose money. And with that, I yield back.
Ranking Member is recognized for 5 minutes.
The older I get, the more I value my time on this earth. And I say that because we're going to spend another 15, 20 minutes, and we're going to basically argue what we just argued. And I don't have time. And so we got an arbitrary figure. We're going to redo the same arguments. As a matter of fact, we could say, we would rewind and we would hear the same arguments pretty much. I oppose the amendment. I yield.
Would the gentleman?
Of course, I yield to Mr. Conlon.
I thank my friend. A new naval analogy. This is the torpedo that sinks the Lusitania. I agree with the Ranking Member. We're simply rehashing. And look, if this was such a great idea, it should have been incorporated in the bill we drafted. We've spent a long time drafting this bill. This isn't in the bill for a reason. Right now, we're trying to make the Postal Service solvent. We're trying to take burdens and requirements that are unreasonable off of its shoulders so that it can return at some point to solvency and maybe ideally profitability. But to put a metric on it that's arbitrary, but a metric nonetheless that will trigger certain requirements that will have impacts on users and customers, I think is most imprudent at this point. We can always revisit the issue if at some latter point we think both, the market and technology demand it. But right now, this is the wrong idea and the wrong time and place, and it will fracture the coalition we've put together. And so I respectfully urge that we defeat this amendment because it's going to jeopardize the underlying bill. And we'll work too hard to get this far to let that happen. I thank my friend for yielding.
Yield to the gentleman.
Yes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Cummings, and thank you, Chairman Chaffetz. I want to make something. I just want to offer a point, which is really, really important. It may save the Postal Service some money to go to cluster boxes, but as a former small businessman, I can tell you it adds cost and inconvenience to small businesses. Okay, you're shifting burdens and costs to them. not to mention the fact that small businesses prefer to get paid, and they want to receive their payments not at a cluster box, they want to receive it at their business. They need to get their money in a timely fashion to run their businesses. So I just want to make that point that this is not something that's like the be-all, end-all, as far as I'm concerned, as a former small businessman. And so I oppose this notion of going to cluster boxes, en masse. The second point is this: bipartisanship is a beautiful thing, and I'm seeing bipartisanship here. And let's celebrate this, and let's use this bill as hopefully a bridge or a means to get other things done in a bipartisan fashion. That's the one thing that came out loud and clear at my town hall meetings. I'm sure it came, that message may have been passed on to others as well. So let's move on, let's take a vote, and let's get going on this. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll recognize the gentleman.
I want to yield the rest of my time to Mr. Lynch.
Yeah, thank you. I thank the ranking member. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me also just put this in context. If you take a vote in a certain area, any area of America, the people who are most dependent on door delivery are seniors and handicapped. So if you will, and the people who care less about home delivery are probably younger workers, more mobile, who can get to a cluster box, on a day like today in the city of Boston. I live in a thickly settled neighborhood. We would have to knock houses down in order to put a cluster box there. We really would. We're really, my house is attached to the person next door, and so on and so on. So there's no room. It doesn't work for us. But a lot of seniors would be in a very, very bad position if they were forced to give up their door delivery. So I just want you to think about the seniors in your neighborhood or your rural town or suburban area. Think about their situation. Home delivery means a lot to them. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to climb in the boat with the ranking member. Well, not sure you heard that.
Should be cheering over there again.
There's someone. Oh, okay. I thought jeered. We only have so much time, and at a moment like this, we have a bipartisan agreement. We should take it. We should move forward, get this done. And the other comment I have to make on it is that I don't think I've ever agreed to something that says, well, if 40% of the people agree, then we're going to do it, and you have to go through a process to opt out all the time. That also doesn't seem to be the spirit of what I believe in. So I would oppose the amendment. I will ride the vote on this one with the ranking member. Don't get us lost, please. And hopefully take this to a vote. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The gentleman who yielded to me prior to yielding back.
Yielding back.
I too am opposed to this amendment. I've made my points, I think, about how we are moving towards cluster boxes, how the real push with the businesses and the 5+ million businesses that really get pushed in that direction, and then looking at small groups of no greater than 50 and talking to that community, because cluster box work when everybody buys into it, or at least 40% buy into it. And so there are communities where it just flat out doesn't work. There are a lot of communities there where it does work, and certainly the future is in cluster boxes, not only, as Chairman Issa pointed out, for the safety, the security, the convenience, and the economics of the Postal Service. But the other thing that I guess I would point out, there may be years when the Postal Service is not breaking even. They take a $9 million hit to their expenses for every penny in the cost and the rise of fuel. Well, there may be a situation where the price of gas jumps 50 cents. That's not going to be the fault of the Postal Service. Now, they have to deal with the economics of it. Remember, this bill does not let them off the hook on the $15 billion statutory debt limit. They've been bumping up against it, and one of the reasons we're here is to avoid a bailout because they've defaulted on the last 5 payments. So they have to be financially responsible. And again, I wish the 320 agencies that we help oversee in Congress had the same sort of need and imperative to be customer friendly and provide a service that the American people want. I think if we need cost attribution on the other 100 or 320 agencies out there, people would be shocked on how expensive it is and for what they get. Nevertheless, this bill does put them on a trajectory according to the Congressional Budget Office. I would also encourage members to look at the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. Maya McGinnis is put out paperwork on this as well. You see the wide array of people from the mailing industry, from those that, everybody from FedEx to the e-commerce world to the greeting card industry, to the Newspapers Association. They got a lot of buy-in and support here. Does it solve everything? No. But to say that any one year, if you don't get to profitability, then boom, we automatically do this as the remedy, I think does take it a little too far, and that's why I'm opposed to the amendment and urge our members to vote no. But does the gentleman yield back?
Will gentleman yield to me over here?
Sorry, who's saying? Oh, yeah, it's Mr. Mitchell, if you would yield to Mr. Sarbanes.
Certainly will, Mr. Sarbanes.
Just for a few seconds. I've come back to this committee after a 7-year absence, and when I left, we were talking about postal reform, and I'm just amazed and happy to see where things have landed. I want to congratulate the Chair and the Ranking Member and the other members of the committee for getting us to this point, urge us to move forward. I yield back.
I yield back, sir.
Mr. Mitchell yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? If not, the question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the Chair, the noes have it. The amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute is not agreed to. Does any other member have an amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute? All right. Seeing none, the question is now on the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended, offered by me. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question is now on adoption and favorably reporting H.R. 756 as amended to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it. The bill is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. A note here, if we could, before we go to H.R. 760, which is the next item up for business. I want to particularly thank the Postmaster and the staff at the Postal Service. You have been a tremendous asset to work with. You have provided us a whole lot of information, and sometimes we get a little frustrated with y'all, but sometimes you get frustrated with us. But we're Congress. We got a reputation to uphold. So I really do appreciate Postmaster Brennan and the expertise and the passion that she brings, but also the staff. There's a lot of people who work hard, spend a lot of time, and pour their heart and soul into this, and it's really very much appreciated. So I appreciate that point and my being able to say that. We do have one other item. Next item for consideration is H.R. 760, the Postal Service Financial Improvement Act of 2017. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 760 to amend Title V United States Code to provide for certain index fund investments from the Postal Service Retiree Health Benefits Fund and for other purposes.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. I intend to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute to the bill. Without objection, we will call up the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and then we will recognize Mr. Lynch to talk about the ANS and the underlying bill.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 760 offered by Mr. Chaffetz of Utah.
Like I said, we'll now recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for his statement on the legislation and the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you for your improvement of the bill by your amendment as well. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Meadows for moving this legislation forward. I'd also like to thank Ranking Member Cummings and Ranking Member Conley for their strong support of H.R. 760, which is the Postal Service Financial Improvement Act of 2017. Similar to our broader postal reform package, 760 is the product of a truly bipartisan and collective effort to enhance the financial stability of the United States Postal Service. My friend, Representative David McKinley, Republican of West Virginia, is the lead Republican sponsor of this bill, and I want to give him credit and thank him as well for his leadership and great work on this issue. H.R. 760 also has the support of a broad range of postal stakeholders, including our postal employee unions, the mailing industry, and the National Association of Postal Supervisors. The Postal Service Financial Improvement Act would authorize the Secretary of the Treasury to modestly and responsibly diversify the investment strategy employed by the Postal Service Retiree Health Benefit Fund. As mandated by the Postal Accountability and Enhancement Act of 2006, this fund is now used to cover future retiree health benefits for current postal employees years in advance. Just last month, Postmaster General Brennan reported to our committee that the fund is already at 50% capacity with over $50 billion in assets. That's in stark contrast to the vast majority of public and private sector entities that aren't even required to set aside any funds for future health benefits of their workers whatsoever. In investing the Postal Retiree Health Benefit Fund, current law limits the Secretary of the Treasury from investing in anything other than U.S. Treasury securities. These are government-guaranteed notes, bonds, and other securities that yield a very low rate of return. As recently reported by the Treasury Department, 10-year Treasury notes are currently yielding less than 2.5% in return. 20-year notes are yielding an estimated 2.8%, and 30-year notes are yielding approximately 3.1%. The current investment strategy employed by the Postal Retiree Health Benefit Fund is not in line with the investment diversity of the Federal Thrift Savings Plan, which is extremely well run. The Defined Contribution Retirement Plan for Federal employees and members of the Uniformed Armed Services that is widely recognized as a stable model of efficiency and low-cost savings. In particular, Thrift Savings Plan investment is not limited to government securities, but rather includes additional specified stock index fund options that yield modestly but higher annual rates of return. The limitation of Postal Service Retiree Health Benefit Fund investment to Treasury security also contrasts with the diversified investment portfolios available through other Federal sector programs, including the National Railroad Retirement Investment Fund that covers railroad industry employee retirement. While investment of the Railroad Trust was previously limited to government securities, Congress authorized it to diversify its portfolio via enactment of the 2001 Railroad Retirement and Survivors Improvement Act. In order to strengthen investment of the Postal Retiree Health Benefit Fund in a sensible and responsible manner, H.R. 760 would authorize the Secretary of the Treasury to invest 25% of the fund in portions that are not being used for fund payments in index fund modeled after those established with the Federal Thrift Savings Plan. In exercising this authority, the bill would require the Secretary to consult with one or more qualified professional asset managers, as well as a newly established Postal Service Retiree Health Benefits Fund Investment Committee. This committee would consist of the Secretary of the Treasury, the Chairman of the Postal Board of Governors, and 2 presidentially appointed members who are experts in financial investment management and would represent the interests of postal employees and retirees. Moreover, the bill would require the Secretary to bring in an independent qualified public accountant on a yearly basis to audit fund investments and annually report to Congress on the accountant's audit findings. H.R. 760 would authorize the Postal Investment Committee to modestly increase the percentage of diversified fund investment 5 years after enactment. However, it would strictly cap the percentage of investment at at 30%. Mr. Chairman, thank you again for your continued commitment to working with me and Mr. McKinley on this legislation as it moves to the House floor. I also appreciate your willingness to offer this amendment in the nature of a substitute to ensure that our legislation reflects the meaningful input of the Federal Retirement Thrift Savings Investment Board. We will also continue to work with our postal stakeholders in order to further incorporate their input on this bill. Again, Mr. Chairman, I congratulate you on both these bills. We're moving forward this afternoon, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back, and now recognize myself for 5 minutes. And really do thank Mr. Lynch, not only the bill that we previously passed out, but this bill as well. I know how deeply he cares about the Postal Service, and particularly the members who work there. And I want to thank you for working so closely with Mr. McKinley and also Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania. This is a good bill. This is common sense that would greatly benefit those who have served our nation in the Postal Service. H.R. 760 allows the Postal Service to earn a greater returns on the funds it set aside for future retiree health care expenses. Today, the roughly $50 billion the Postal Service has already put into the Retiree Health Benefit Fund is invested wholly in U.S. Treasury securities. These securities yield lower returns on average than other prominent government investment portfolios. It's designed to take a portion of that to get a larger yield on the return of the Postal Service's investments. H.R. 760 brings the Postal Service investment practices more in line with some of the best practices we know of today. Under the bill, Secretary of Treasury must invest 25% of the money available in index funds. These index funds will be similar to the Thrift Savings Plan, life cycle investment funds, which many Federal employees use today. These life cycle investment funds are designed by the TSB to follow an aggressive investment approach, one that is highly diversified to limit the overall risk. This creates, under this bill, several mechanisms to ensure proper oversight of the investment fund. The bill requires a qualified professional asset manager to manage the fund. It creates a committee to oversee the investment, and the committee will consist of the Treasury Secretary, the Chairman of the Postal Service Board of Governors, and 2 experts appointed by the President to represent the Postal Service. Again, I think Mr. Lynch laid it out the best. This is a responsible thing to do. It limits risk, but also provides a greater return, and certainly in this day and age with $50 billion, that would go a long way. So I stand too in support of the bill, and I will yield back. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute? Seeing none, the question is now on the amendment in the nature of a substitute that was offered by me. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Question is now on adoption and favorably reporting H.R. 760 as amended to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The bill is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Thank you. Without objection, to pursuant to Clause 2L of House Rule 11, members will have 2 days to submit views on the bills considered today. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be allowed to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bills ordered reported today, subject to the approval of the minority. Hearing no objections, so ordered. If there's no further business, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.